Hey everyone. I don't know if anyone's here with me yet. If you are here, go ahead and throw a comment up so that I know I'm not alone, and to confirm that my stream is working. Because when I did a stream earlier today, I did a 20-minute broadcast to apparently nobody because YouTube was not broadcasting, even though it told me it was. So uh, if you're hearing this and seeing this, please let me know so that I don't pull an early afternoon thing where I stream for 3 or 4 hours and find out that I wasn't streaming at all.
You're talking about world records being not even 1% of an influence.
So let me know if anybody is here with me.
Point where we've got the most guys that are million
So we have someone, I'm assuming. And I saw that you subscribed earlier today, so thank you for that. And I don't know if that's supposed to be Nathy or Nathy or what, but glad you decided to come back. So hopefully we get a few more folks in here and can keep us company. I don't know if you are actually paid for on the official strongman.com or giantslive.com website. I don't know if you actually bought the stream or not, but I will not be displaying the information live over here. I will do some, of course, I'll do the results and I'll post screenshots of the events. But if anyone's coming in here to say, hey, let's bootleg this thing, I don't help anyone do that. These guys don't make a lot of money as it is, and so I'm not about to take any money out of their pockets by providing bootleg content out there. So if you want to watch the sport, if you love the sport like I do, then by all means, buy the stream. It's not much, and support the guys. Apparently, I cut my finger while feeding my pets right before I jumped on here, so that sucks.
What she wants to do and what she's capable of doing, I think, are two different things. In terms of what she wants to do tonight, she's capable of. She's got something around 340 kilos.
Check on the stream health and make sure I'm not dropping any frames.
She's already safe everyone else. Who's going to decide?
Looks like it's working well. Fantastic.
She can decide if she's got numbers that are set out. She will be 290 kilos of her first leg. What's going to happen? 400 for the men.
Also, they're doing this over in the UK. I am not in the UK. I'm a Yank. Actually, I said they're doing this in the UK. They're not. They're in Las Vegas. The show's going a lot later than I would thought. I think they scheduled a lot well, I guess they did it for prime time, people in Las Vegas wanting it. But it's pretty late for a strongman show, to be honest. Depending upon how late this goes, you guys might see me fall asleep here. There might be a live stream of me snoring. I'm old now. I get tired. We'll see how I do. It's pretty late for a strongman show for sure. 1 a.m. for you. So let's see. That's puts you 6 hours ahead of me. Where you at? So let's start talking predictions. Always a lot of Scots tuning into this thing. Love it, love it, love it. What I was going to ask you guys is let's do some prediction time. Let me go ahead and put up a poll. Wish it would let me do it in here, but it doesn't. So let me do it over here. Give me just a second. I think I can drop the poll here. Okay. All right, so we're going to do two polls. We're going to do one for the Deadlift Championships, and we'll do one for the USA Strongman Championships. Okay, so we'll start with the Strongman Championships. And we'll let this one run for a while because it's going to take some people some time to get in here with us. So we won't do the World Deadlift Championships until we get some people in here. But we'll start with this first poll here. There we go. So who wins the 2024 USA Strongman Championships? Mitchell Hooper or anyone else? That's how we're going to do this, basically. Is it Mitchell Hooper or can someone in the field beat Mitchell Hooper? That's the real question. Well, that really screwed up. No idea how the heck that happened. I guess I won't be using that. Crap. Yeah, I have no idea how to get back over there. Well, that sucks. OBS is getting worse and worse and worse. Every time they do an update, it tears something up. Let's see, how can I get this to fix the stupid chat? I think I can get it in there. That doesn't look good, but I guess it'll work. All right. There we go. So the results of our poll 83% Not that there's a lot of us here. There's a grand total of 6 of us, I guess, or at least 6 of us that decided to take part. So basically, 6 votes, probably 5 of the 6. Yeah. So 5 people basically think that Mitchell Hooper's winning. 1 person thinks someone else from the field is going to do it. So if you were the person who voted for someone other than Mitchell Hooper and you're still here, go ahead and tell us in the chat who you actually think is going to win. I'll go ahead and throw up another poll here. Typey. Here's your next poll. Does anyone deadlift 505? Now, if I ask the question, does anyone here want to see someone deadlift 505? I'm assuming that the answers for yes there would be a lot more. I think we'd all like to see it, unless maybe the only exception I can think is if you're this major mega half Thor fan that doesn't want to see the record get broken, or if you don't recognize that and you're this major mega Eddie Hall fan and don't want to see that go down, depending upon how you feel about that. But unless you're such a fan of someone that you want to see a record stand forever, we're all watching it because we want to see greatness. So I'm assuming if I said, do you want to see the record go down? Most everyone would say yes. But that's not the question we asked, right? We asked, do you think it's going down? And I'll go ahead and give you guys my thoughts once I close the poll down. So I do have my thoughts as to whether the record is going down or not. And I think we'll go ahead and close the poll, and we'll see what happens here. And the results are, with 10 votes, 20% say yes. The vast majority say no. So 80% say no. My thoughts are, I'm with the 80%. I would love to see Graham Hicks or Rono or anyone pull that 505. I just don't think it's going to happen. But I desperately want to be wrong. It will be super exciting if someone does it. I just don't think it's going to happen in this competition. At some point, it's going to happen. Either A, when Half Thor decides to do it, or again, it's just going to happen mainly because human evolution. All records are made to be broken. Something always goes down. In some future world in this multiverse, there's going to be a phenom that's going to come around sometime that blows our minds more than Mitchell Hooper. There's going to be a Shohei Otani or an Aaron Judge in Strongman coming and something like that. It's going to happen. We just don't know when. So that 505 is it's a mark that is definitely going down at some point. I just don't think that tonight is the night. Hopefully, I'm wrong. Someone snatches it off the floor, pulls it up to their waist, makes it look easy, and grunts, staring at the crowd, going, "Do you guys want to see more?" I would love that, but that's not what I expect is going to happen. Yeah, Makarov is there. Now he's only competing in the deadlift championships. He's not doing the full event. I feel like I need to adjust that chat because I think it's not giving you guys all of it I wanted to see. It seems to be cutting off the bottom. I'd rather have the top cut off rather than the bottom. Let me see if I can adjust this. Second here. Um, well, it looks like that actually looks pretty good there. Okay, I think I need to change the um, cropping. Yep, there we go. That's a little better. Sorry about that, guys. That's also, just so you know, that's also where I will be putting the screenshots and the results on the screen of the events. So everything will be kind of happening in this little guy over here. And I know it's not big, and I know that you guys don't care about the background and stuff like that. So what I'll probably wind up doing when we do events going forward is I'll make that screen a lot bigger. I'll make myself smaller because you guys don't care to look at me, and we'll have more of that space there. But um, I wanted to do that. Yeah, Big G Dub says that his training weights are impressive, but he seems to burn himself out before the comp. Yeah, there have been several people who have, I think, lobbied that criticism at him recently. Um, I couldn't be the one to preach at him because that's kind of what I do. I train super heavy all the time. Even after I tell myself, like I can tell myself literally, I'm going to the gym tonight and I'm not training heavy. I'm actually going to use tonight as a recovery period. So I'm going to do some active recovery. It's going to be light training just so I'm not being a slob sitting at home doing nothing. But we're going to take it easy, mainly make it stretching and mobility and just get the blood flowing. And then I get there and immediately I throw 600 pounds on the bar and start deadlifting. So, uh, yeah. Um, I couldn't really preach at him for doing it because I'd be a hypocrite. But it's definitely true that you have to peak for these competitions. And if you're giving max effort basically every day in the gym, you're probably not going to have max effort available come competition time. Dumbbells. I've been trying to do a lot of overhead dumbbell pressing at the gym lately, and I can do it okay with my right arm. With my left, man, both of my shoulders are just, they're terrible. They both need replaced. Um, but my left one, man, it hurts so bad. So incredibly bad. I can't even really flex with my left arm. Like, a bicep pose, I can't really do that with my left arm. It almost puts me in tears just going to that motion. It hurts so bad. Hmm. Like we've got over 30 people joining us. I'm actually pretty pleased with that, considering this is not one of the premier shows of the year. I'm assuming that we got this many people here because of the World Deadlift Championships. But hopefully a lot of people decide to stick around for more than just that. It does kind of feel weird to me to have the World Deadlift Championships going on and not have arguably, probably, most definitely the best deadlifter on the planet there competing. Um, I'd certainly love to see Colin Bryce and Half Thor get on the same page and make up some way, just so that we could see Half Thor competing in these things against these guys. But you know, it feels a little weird having a world championship event when probably the best guy on the planet at that event isn't competing. Boom, 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 boom. The ladies are coming out now. Oh, well, a lady did. Lucian. Austin Andrade, the world's strongest Latino. He came out yesterday and said that he's going for 505. Uh, and, he was definitely not one that people were expecting to break the record at this thing. It's nice to hear him saying he's going for it. I mean, you got to have confidence to even say that in advance, not just, hey, I'm feeling good. Let's go ahead and put it on there and see. The fact that he says he's going for it, he must feel pretty comfortable with the 1,000 or the 470, at least. So, props to him. We'll see what he can do. And, I hope he does pull the 505. I wouldn't hate it if we saw 3, 4, 5 of these guys pull it. I just don't think anyone's doing it. This guy definitely will not be now. Eddie Williams is making his way out. Um, I can't say for certain that nobody is pulling 505, but I feel like I can say for certain that Eddie Williams is not pulling 505. I think I can say that. No disrespect intended to Eddie Williams, but just not an event that he excels at, and just can't see that happening. Hello from Arkansas, or hello from Arkansas. So, depending upon where you are in Arkansas, you are as little as 10, 15 minutes away from me, or as far as further than that. Rono. I think we should have some more variety in there. I actually, to be honest, no one asked for my opinion, right? But if someone were to ask my opinion, I think the guys should be able to call their own weight. That's what I think. Um, I don't know why you would have a competition like that and then have the dedicated things. To me, if someone wants to call a different weight, they should be able to call that weight. It's on them to go out there and lift what they just asked for. And you should have them declare it before each round so that everybody doing that weight can go. So we don't have to take weight on the bar, off the bar, blah, 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 blah. But they should definitely at minimum have more jumps. But in my personal opinion, they should be able to declare the weight that they're going to lift. I don't really know where Scranton is. Big Trey Mitchell. That's a big old boy. If he fully recovers, he is someone that can deadlift a lot of weight. We've seen him do some things, and especially like axle and tire deadlifts and things like that. But he has a really good deadlift if he is healthy and good to go. And again, don't know for sure that he's 100% back, but even if he was, I wouldn't be expecting him to do 505. But I think in recent years, we've started focusing on some guys and we've kind of forgotten about some guys. And I would encourage everyone not to forget about Trey Mitchell. And Graham Hicks is coming out now, and he is probably the favorite or maybe second favorite, depending on how you feel about Makarov. But I would say that most people, if there is someone betting that someone is going to break it, probably Graham Hicks is the odds-on betting favorite. But again, I've already told you my opinion. I don't think anyone's doing it this year, or at least in this competition. We still got a couple months of the year left. Who knows what could happen? So the best place to go watch this is either go to officialstrongman.com or giantslive.com, and I think it's giants-live.com. But it's still either way. It's ran by the official strongman. So officialstrongman.com. You go there, and then you've got to pay for a subscription. And in U.S. dollars, it's $9.99 a month, or you can get discounts for subscribing for longer. But if you're just looking for this event and this event alone, that's what you're looking at. Around $10. Convert that currency to whatever yours is. Iron Bibby. So I just called Trey Mitchell a big boy, but I guess not. Here's a big boy. This may be the only man that can make Trey Mitchell in this competition look small or tiny. All right. So we've heard from where a couple people are from. We've got some Scots in here. We've got some people close to me in Arkansas. Start dropping your location in the chat because A, I'm curious where you're from, and B, I just think it'd be kind of cool to see what kind of area we're pulling from here. Well, Iron Bibby is competing in the deadlift championship, so I mean, technically, I guess they're all going for 505, but I don't think he expects to do that. I don't think very many people are expecting him to do that. We don't really know what to expect from Iron Bibby with deadlift. We don't see him do much except for these overhead presses and certain things. Now, when he competes in full strongman events, he actually does pretty dang well. But we have such a small sample size to go with. I don't think we know enough about it or have a large enough sample size to really make a prediction. Other than my prediction is no, he doesn't do that. But maybe he does. Heck, 505 is almost as much as he weighs, so it's getting close. It's a heavy weight. 505 is really, really heavy. It's about 3/4 of an Iron Bibby. No, this is they're doing a full strongman competition. So this is the 2024 USA Strongman Championships and World Deadlift Championships. So we have, I think, 3 guys that are guests who are coming in to basically compete only in the deadlift competition, and then everybody else is doing the full strongman show. Evan Singleton. And so, again, I already asked the poll. I'll re-ask it again since we've got more people here now about who's going to win, Mitchell or anyone else. And we'll throw some other names up there. I'm going to ask the poll the same way I did before since we've got more people in here. It'd be interesting to see who is tuned in. But if you are betting on the field, Evan Singleton has to be one of your front runners to win if Mitchell doesn't. But we've already discussed who I think is winning, and it seemed like virtually everyone agrees. But let's throw that poll up again. Let's throw that poll up again. My thoughts about Thor's deadlift in general, or my thoughts about the record? I have no problems with the record being Thor's. Um, there were official judges there. The weights were weighed and calibrated. I have no problem with it. I also understand why people do and why they would have a problem with it. And so if you do, I'm not going to argue with you or say, hey, you're dumb or you're wrong. But I personally don't have any problem with the record. And I actually think if you could do that in that environment and people are flacking because it's his gym and stuff like that, I have competed and I can tell you I do a lot better in competition than I do in the gym. I'm pretty good in the gym, but there's something to be said, and it's a real thing about adrenaline. Uh, when you're there to compete, it seems I can do an extra 3-5%. Uh, it's just like you just feel a little bump. And so, I don't hold it against him, but I understand it for people who do. So earlier when we asked the question about this who wins, Mitch or the field, it was 83% Mitchell Hooper. So basically, everyone almost who is here said Mitchell Hooper's winning this. Now that we've got a lot more people tuning in, it's gotten more interesting. So let's take a look at this. So earlier it was 83% for Mitchell. Now it's only 60%. So we've had some other strongman fans come in and join us now who think, hey, this is not as slam dunk of a competition as the few of you who got here first think so. Don't count the field out because it's almost a toss up 60%, 40%. So we'll go ahead and throw some names up there now so that we can see. The deadlift should start pretty soon, I believe. I think they're the first event. I want to say they're the first event, but I'm probably wrong because lately when I say the stuff on stream, I used to you can just take what I was saying to the bank. The last couple streams I've had, I said some stuff that made me look stupid right away. So, okay, so let's do this. Let's see. Mitchell Hooper. Only lets me do four choices, so unfortunately I can't really nominate a fourth guy. So we'll do three and other. Now, I do expect the the deadlift event to take a while. I think it will be, it'll, the deadlift championships will probably last almost as long as, well, I won't say the rest of the competition, but I'll say a third as long as the rest of the competition. I think it's going to take a while. Although it won't take as long as I think it could because they don't get to do what I think they should be able to do, which is name their weights. Is the stream rewindable? I think what you mean, like, I don't really know. I mean, there's a couple different ways you could mean that. Um, it is searchable, like on the timeline. So if you wanted to go back and see something, you could do that. But in addition to that, when you subscribe, you're not just buying the event; you're getting a month of content. So you can go back and watch previous events there, including this one. So so not only can you go back on the timeline live, but when it's over, if you wanted to go back and watch stuff you missed, or you get tired tonight and decide, forget it, I paid for it, but I'm too tired. This old man would understand. You could log into their site tomorrow and watch it. So it looks like Oberst. I got my sound off, so I can't really hear, but it looks like Obi. Yeah, that's definitely Oberst's voice.
Seriously, you've been making some TV, right?
Yeah, I've been working on a little show for HBO called The Righteous Gemstones, and it's been
Oh, The Righteous Gemstones. That's a great show.
You've seen a lot more nudity than.
It was quite a difficult part for you to get into, huh? Not something you're used to playing a.
I think I actually got a lot of practice here playing a redneck first on this stage, honestly. And I want to thank everybody else out here for letting me work that out on you. This is my natural redneck self. I got dressed up nice for you. So,
You know, there's
All right. So apparently Oberst, I knew that he was trying to get into acting and stuff like this. Apparently he's going to have a part on one of my favorite shows, The Righteous Gemstones, which as a pastor, a lot of you guys know this about me. Some of you don't. But as a licensed minister, I feel guilty about liking The Righteous Gemstones because the show is definitely sacrilege. But man, it's just a good TV show. They should be starting really soon. I think they're just killing time now and trying to make sure that everything's ready to go. But it should be starting really soon. I don't know the official time, and if it may or may not say. I don't want to leave the screen really because I'm afraid that I'll have trouble getting back on the stream. That happened to me before. Uh, so I don't have the schedule in front of me. There might be someone in here that actually has the schedule. So if they have the actual schedule events and can put the time, that'd be great. I don't have, but it should be going pretty darn soon. Two guys will break the record. I think that's a lot of wishful thinking, Iceman. I hope you're right because I would be excited to see it. I would love to see it, but I don't think anyone's doing the 505, and I definitely don't think more than one person is doing the 505. It's a huge weight, and it would be the record. It would be the record for a reason. So to expect multiple people to break it, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I would love it. I I would be ecstatic to be wrong. Before the before the five, I think they're going from 470. I think they go from 470, and then it's 505. So it's like 1,000 pounds, 470. Um, I think it's 470. I could be wrong, but I want to say that's what it is. And yeah, I don't like it either. I think they need more jumps, but I really don't think they need more jumps. I will go to the grave. I will die on this hill. I know a lot. I know everyone doesn't agree with me, but I think the majority of fans would. But I could be wrong. But even if I was the only human being on earth who thought this, I would die on this hill. I believe the athletes should be able to call their weight and lift any weight that they want. If someone wants to say, "Hey, I'll do 409," and they have the weights there to make 409 a reality, someone should be able to do that. Now they should all have to submit their weights going into the round early so that we don't have to juggle, take weights in and off. And if any athletes are matching, they should be lined up to go together so that we don't slow the event down and stuff like that. Um, but I don't see why the people who are doing the lifting in a competition for max weight. It would be different if it was like for reps or something like that. But in a competition where they're really trying to figure out who has the best deadlift there, it seems to me like you should let the guys tell you what they're going to lift and then tell them to go get it. Would I like to see a few guys at least try 500? Of course. I mean, I'd like to see the whole field get up there and do it. I'd like to see everyone smoke 400 and every jump thereafter. They just make it easy, and no one has been eliminated, and we're all alive, going for the record. I'd love to see that. Uh, that's just not what I expect to happen. I just don't expect to see anyone lock out 505. I think we'll see one or two of these guys pull it off the floor. Um, Graham Hicks, he was able to get it off the floor pretty good, and he had a torn hamstring. Uh, so if he's healthier, he should be able to do better than that, you would think. But also has to come back from that, right? So, but anyway, there are definitely guys who have the potential here. So I think we'll probably see a couple guys get it off the ground. I just don't think we're going to see anybody lock it out. But I will gladly eat crow. Not going to happen. I will not be showing live footage in that window. All right, so Eddie Williams is our first competitor out. He's getting himself strapped in. Different than the strongest man on earth, they are allowed to use figure 8 straps in this competition, and that is what Eddie Williams just did. So Eddie Williams is successful at 400. So Eddie Williams, I didn't get the actual lift. That's the problem with doing these things live and trying to run the stream. I apologize. But he was successful at 400. And up next is the older Stoltman, Big Brother Luke. What do I think Lucy Underwood does? I have no idea. I don't know what Lucy Underwood will do, but I know that there will be plenty of strongman fans that don't appreciate it because too many people like to talk smack about the ladies, unfortunately. But she is a beast, and I fully expect her to impress. So that's a success for the spicy Stoltman. And I will answer your question. I've already answered it once, but I will answer it again gladly about why will I not be showing the event. A, because it's illegal. B, because I believe it's unethical. C, there are copyright protections. D, I love these guys and I appreciate what they put their bodies through for us. Strongman is not a high paying sport. These guys are not making NBA salaries and Major League Baseball salaries. They are going through injury after injury after injury, and most of the time their competition money doesn't even pay their medical bills. And the only chance that they had to make money is from the prize money and for these competitions to be successful. And these competitions are only going to be successful if the fans support these events. So I think the right thing to do is to take the $10 out of my pocket. If I'm going to enjoy this, and if I'm going to watch this, if I am going to be entertained by this, I'm going to financially support the people that are bringing me that entertainment and putting in that effort. To me, not doing that is the exact same thing as stealing. It's no different than going in and taking a CD off the shelves or a TV out the door. I'm not doing it. And Iron Bibby is up next. And 400 kilograms, no problem for Iron Bibby. Now, I'm sure there will be a lot of people. I don't know that we actually have a lot of people on here because I haven't checked the statistics in a bit to see how many concurrent viewers we have. But I'm sure there'll be a lot of people upset by what I just said. And quite honestly and frankly, I don't care. One thing I did when I started this channel is I told you guys that I would always be honest. I'd always tell you exactly how I felt and how I think, and I would never try to deceive you or play politics and say what's popular or not. And so, if you ask me my opinion, you're going to get my opinion, and if you like it, great. If you don't, sorry about that. Up next is Trey Mitchell. Big Tex. The Big Thicket. Trey didn't look that great coming off the floor, but once he got it moving, it moved. He did not look good at all coming off the floor. But once it started moving, it flew up. And you know what? When I deadlift, I think I'm a terrible deadlifter in terms of like trying to get some speed and get some momentum going. I'm a really slow puller. And I struggle off the floor and I struggle with the lockout. I struggle with both parts. The bar continues to move when I'm going to make the weight. I don't really get stalled anywhere, but I do struggle getting it off the floor, and I do struggle with my lockout. We have Alexi now. Let's see what Alexi's got in him. Come on, Alexi. Come on, Alexi. There we go. So Alexi successful too. We haven't had anyone fail the 400 yet. No fails at 400. I've got to get better at getting the screenshots for you guys at the height of the lockout and stuff like that. My screenshots are coming at really bad times. And I apologize to you guys, but it's kind of hard running the stream, looking at the chat, taking screenshots over here. There's a lot to do, and I don't have the unlimited real estate to do it. Go from the keyboard to the mouse and everything. So, excuses. You guys deserve better. I'm sorry, but I'm doing the best I can. Evan Singleton, the T-Rex, is up next. So you're probably going to find similar. Giants Live website was struggling earlier today. I suspect probably because of this event. I think they're hosted on the same server. Hopefully I'm wrong, but you should check the officialstrongman.com. So officialstrongman.com. That's where you'll go to watch the stream anyway. So go to officialstrongman.com and see if it loads better for you. And Evan Singleton, I didn't get a chance to do the screenshot at all because that moved faster than I could get to the keyboard. So you guys will not be seeing Evan Singleton's first lift, unfortunately. Sorry. But man, he just threw that thing. Lifted it so high and fast, it looked like he could have power cleaned it. I'm being facetious. I mean, that thing was moving. Blue Line Home Inspections from Norman, Oklahoma. Home inspections. I almost got into that years ago. My back is hurting from the gym today, actually. Someone mentioned that their lower back was hurting from the deadlifts hurt them, but they hurt mine too. And I tweaked mine today. I wasn't doing deadlifts, but good lift for Austin Andrade. Also, I think what I'll do is after the events are over, I'm going to go ahead and remove all the screenshots from that event from that folder so that when the new events come, we don't have like we have in some of my past streams where while you're waiting for images from the current events, you're subjected to events that happened 2-3 hours ago. So you guys might have to remind me, but I'm going to try to clear out the screenshots after each event. We got Matthew Rag now. The Kiwi. No problems. No problems. So if I'm not mistaken, we have not had anyone fail 400. No failures yet. Everybody's still alive with the opening weight. And now it's time for the Phenom, Quadzilla himself, the Moose, Mitchell Hooper. And he didn't throw that up quite as fast as Evan Singleton did, but he threw that up really fast. Let you guys see a little bit of the chat on the screen, even though you guys can see the chat where you're chatting. Let you guys be the star of the show for a moment. Well, if anyone was gonna fail in this lineup, I would have thought Eddie Williams had the best chance to fail, and he did 400, and he did it pretty well. It looked pretty good. It looked like he had more in the tank. So, I guess I don't expect anyone to fail this way. Now, it's possible that Tom Stoltman could fail it because his deadlifts are so up and down, but he has said he expects 1,000 and he wants 1,000. So, if you're going to say you want 1,000, you got to be able to do 400 kilograms, and he does. So yeah, I don't expect anyone to fail based on who is left. Actually, that might have been it because they just put it on the rack. So I think we might be going up from 400 now. I guess you guys know more than me because you're probably listening to the sound. I'll turn the sound up.
Incredible. We are resetting the bar, ladies and gentlemen. As you will see, we're setting up the opener for our female deadlifter tonight. Let me tell you a little bit.
So what they're doing is they're taking weight off because we're going to do the first round for the female. We're going to do the first round for Lucy. Lucy Underdown is incredible, and people need to give her credit. They need to give all these ladies credit. I guess time for another one of my soapbox messages. I am this staunch American conservative, so you guys automatically know my ideology and how I think because we're all stereotypes and we all fit in these things, and so you probably think that I'm going to be one of these guys that are misogynistic and hating on the women and all that stuff, but actually I don't. I get very mad at a lot of strongman fans for how they treat the women and how they talk about the women, and when the women compete, you'll see the chats are only talking about how the women look and calling them men and how well they're ugly or who would want to go out with that. When the men are competing, no one seems to talk about how these fellas look. We care about what they're there for, the strength that they're doing. We don't give the ladies the same respect, and I think that's not cool. And I like to cheer these ladies on. And I'm not so insecure in my manhood that when a woman comes in there and does something in the gym that I can't do, it makes me feel bad or makes me feel emasculated. I'm amazed and impressed when a woman can best me, and I take my hat off to them, and I'm like, "You go, girl. I'm your biggest fan." So there's a good chance that whatever it is, it won't be at the end of the evening. She's probably going to break it again. $290 kilograms looks easy. Looks easy. Just for those keeping score at home, 290 kilograms is not easy, but she made it look easy. So here's the thing. I was thinking because I didn't know the calculation, but I was thinking, yeah, that's pretty much my best ever. So my best ever deadlift is 640 pounds. She just did 639 pounds. So she just opened with my max deadlift ever, and I'm not some schlub. I'm a pretty strong guy. So yeah, impressive. Impressive. She would go into the gym with me right now and she would smoke me and make me look like her kid brother. Some good stuff, guys. Men are bumping up to 425 kilograms now. Okay, I guess it's also time for me to start begging for some support. So this is the typical time in the stream where I'd say, hey guys, don't forget to subscribe. And if you haven't at least liked the video yet, now would be a great time to go ahead and click the like. Because, I don't really do this for anything except to hang out with you guys and enjoy it. But if you enjoy it at all, click like so that I have incentive to keep doing these watch-alongs for us. Eddie Williams at 425. He's trying. He's trying. He's trying. He's going to get it. I did not think he was going to get that. He was really struggling there with the whole strongman hitch thing. But he found a second wind there. And when he did, it looked really good. Is it time for another poll? I feel like it might be time for another poll. Let's do a poll, shall we? Let's make a fun poll. A controversial poll or something. Let me think of something real good. Luke is not doing 425. So Luke is our first official lifter from the men, which I guess the men's competition because it's basically Lucy Underdown is there. So Luke is our first official lifter who has been eliminated. Let's do this. Here's your next poll. Iron Bibby. He's coming out here to attempt about half of his body weight on this one. 425 kilograms. So this is about 425 kilograms or 1/2 of an iron bibby. That's what we should do. We should start making iron bibbies an official unit of measurement. So how many iron bibbies does it take to lift half of an iron bibby? The answer is 1 iron bibbies. All right, so in the race to the Stoltman brothers, who is your favorite, Tom or Luke? Tom jumped out to an impressive early lead. But an interesting thing happened in there. It switched. And big brother Luke, who doesn't have Tom's accolades, actually comes out on top in our competition. It's close, 56-43. But big brother Luke takes the official, unofficial Jace Loves Strength Stoltman popularity contest. Time for the big Trey Mitchell. Come on, Trey. Come on, Trey. Do this, man. Do this, brother. There you go. Again, kind of like the first lift. Struggled off the floor and then put it up. I feel it. Are any of you guys good off the floor with your deadlifts? Are there any of you guys that I'm jealous of? Because I do. I struggle. Even with a weight that's very comfortable, like, 450, 480 in that range. These are pounds, not kilograms, by the way, where I can do, quite a few reps. I still struggle off the floor. Anyone else out there struggle getting the weight moving? Come on, Lexi. Okay, I don't know what photo you're looking at, but uh, first of all, you wouldn't be able to tell the contest from one event. He's going to do just fine. But also, I don't know what photo you saw, but watching it live, I can certainly tell you that Mitchell Hooper did not struggle with 400 at all. He actually, I commented when they were going through, he had the second fastest pull. Only Evan Singleton made it look easier. And that's just because Evan Singleton goes into everything like, we know Evan Singleton, right? So Evan Singleton pulled it off like he was trying to throw it to the moon. Mitchell Hooper didn't quite throw it up with that kind of speed, but it went quick and he made it look easy. Now, he might have been grimacing, he might have been frowning, he might have been showing because that weight hurts and it's heavy. None of them are going to look like it's an enjoyable experience because it's not. But Hooper definitely did not struggle. All right. So the T Rex gets 425. That definitely looked a lot harder than 400 did. Um, but no problem, really. The way he threw 400 up was really, truly incredible. It looked like he had like some sort of engine underneath it or something giving him some help, some kind of power. Ryan struggles to get his 180 pounds out of bed in the morning. I I can feel you. I can empathize with that on many a mornings myself. Except with the 180 pounds thing, I can't really empathize with that. Been a long time since I looked down at the scale and saw 180 pounds. My weight is going lower though. So this guy is on a quest to go down to about 205 pounds. Start going back into powerlifting competitions, and I want to compete at a lower weight class. I don't want to compete at the heaviest weight class because the guys that I'll be competing against are going to be 6'5", 280, 300, and no thank you, I'm too old for that kind of stuff. I'll pass. So I'm going to try to get down to about 205. Yeah, I can do masters, and I will. primarily, that'll be where I compete. I'll do open if I think it's a particularly weak or small regional thing where I won't need it. Um, but any decent sized contest I go to, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm an old man and I'm going to compete with my fellow old men. I am 44. I'll be 45 in a couple months. For those scoring along at home, I was born in December of 1979. So both Stoltmans are out at 425. Luke failed. Tom failed as well. But Tom's going for another shot. I don't think he's going to get it. You don't get it the first time, you probably don't get it after that. It's sometimes it happens. It's awfully rare. Awfully rare. So both Stoltmans are out. Um, I don't remember if Graham Hicks did 400 or not. I don't remember. Makarov is getting ready to go. This will be his first attempt. I don't think he did 400. Probably wrong about that too, but I believe he didn't do 400. I think this is Makarov's opening weight, 425. Stoltman did not hit his goal of 1,000 pounds. Let's listen while Makarov lifts.
Deuces 2. Go. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what about that? That's it all.
For those of you who are not watching, I think that Colin just took the mystery out of that one. If you're wondering if Makarov was successful at 425, yeah, he was successful at 425. And up next is Rono hanla, deadlift Masters champion. He has the record for max deadlift in the Masters. And as I'm looking at that screen, now I feel bad because I just realized that I'm actually 2 years older than Rono. So Rono is getting himself in there, getting in the position, and now he pulls the weight up off the floor like it is about 125 kilograms instead of 425 kilograms. Lifted that like he might a toddler. Oh, Stupid back. Ugh. I feel like watching these guys deadlift is making my back hurt more. Yeah, I could share them, but I don't know all I thought they were like 400, 425, like 440 or 450, and then 470. But don't quote me on any of those. I don't know. I'm sure someone else knows them and can put them in the chat. It's definitely not against the rules. You can tell them. I just don't know them all. Normally, I'm more prepared and have all of that, but I've been pretty distracted with some stuff going on. All right, Graham Hicks. He says, you know what? 425 kilograms is just what I lift when I feel like starting a warm up and then going for a 5K run afterwards. So 425, no problem for Hicksy. You know, Mark, I kind of agree with you. You won't agree with what I'm getting ready to say, especially if you're not American. If you're American, you probably still won't, but you definitely won't if you're not from America. But because I think music has gotten so much worse, in the 80s and the 90s, I was a rocker. These days, of course, you guys know Mr. Christian Boy, so I listen to a lot of praise music and Christian contemporary. But if I'm listening to regular old music, I listen to country music these days. When I'm at the gym, I'm jamming out to 80s rock and roll. That's what I work out to. The good old 80s hair bands and stuff. But if I'm just sitting around the house or cruising in the car, I'm probably listening to country music.
Go. Skipped 425. Not going in there, but we'll rejoin in the next round. But more importantly, right now, we got a lift. And it is with Lucy Underdown.
Lucy Underdown.
For Lucy.
I do not really like the country music that is not country
Lucy
music.
Underdown. $310 for Lucy. Her current world record is 318.
And I really don't like when the country guys do like the collaborations with the rappers, and or you hear them rap their lyrics. It's like, okay, no, guys, just don't.
World deadlift record holder. How far can she go tonight here in Vegas? 310.
Lucy Underdown. Lucy Underdown. Full 310.
There's no glitches, silky smooth for Lucy. Tremendous full under.
So now, basically, she equaled my best deadlift ever. Like I said, she was at 639 pounds if we go to the American route, and my best ever 640. She was basically there. Well, now she has beat me here. She just did 683 pounds. So 310 kilograms is equivalent to 683 pounds. So, yeah. And I'm not 640 now. There's no way I could go in there and pull it. I'm guessing I could probably only do like 585, maybe 600. I doubt it. Probably 585. I feel like saying more than that. I'm probably speaking wishful rather than accurate. But I could pull 585, but no higher than that. So she just basically pulled 100 pounds more than I could one rep max right now. It's incredible that these women are this strong. So incredible. No, I don't deadlift with a suit, but I, I'm not gonna cry foul. If you ask me if you took the suit off of her, do I think she could still beat me? My answer would be yes. Yes, I think she could beat me without a suit. Um, but no, I don't lift with a suit. I've actually never pulled in a suit before. I don't know if I would like it or not. Yeah, she is pretty young. She's gonna get better. She is gonna get better. Guess Eddie Williams is going out next. He looks pretty serious or constipated. I'm not sure. That look on his face said something. I used a suit one time and it just hurts. Yeah, I know that they can help you. I also know they take some getting used to. But I've never tried one, and I probably never will. I don't have anything against them, but I've never tried one. Like I said, probably never will. I'll also say that I use figure eights for just about everything these days. I used to have a pretty good grip back in the day, but this is not back in the day. My grip. I think I've talked about this on the channel before, but maybe I'm wrong. I dated a girl several years back, and her teen daughter wanted me to take her rock climbing. I'm not exactly built for rock climbing, uh, and it was not a very good experience for me. I fell. Fortunately, I caught myself. Unfortunately, the cost of catching myself was I badly dislocated 3 fingers on my hand, and the doctors told me it could be up to 6 months before I recovered fully, but at least 3 months minimum. And several years later, my grip still sucks, and I still have not got full mobility in my left hand. So uh, my grip has suffered tremendously since that rock climbing incident, and yeah, I pretty much have to rely on straps a whole lot more now. I didn't really need straps before unless I was getting up into my 1 rep max range. Um, these days, I'm not even going to tell you how little I do without straps. It's embarrassing how little I do and how big of a difference it is. Iron Bibby fails. Almost looked like he was going to fall over. Actually, you guys make me feel better about myself. Tell me that I'm not the only one out there who has a weak grip or struggles without straps deadlifting, and that there is a mega, huge, major difference between your strapped up weight and your no equipment weight, your raw weight. Uh, Let me know that I'm not the only one. Come on, Trey Mitchell. Don't ask how much I lift without straps, please. Good job, Trey Mitchell. Good job, Trey Mitchell. 454. That's 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds for Trey Mitchell. 454 kilograms. So the next jump will be 470 kilograms. You're 561 without and 601 with. Okay. Yours are a whole lot closer than mine are in terms of percentage. Yeah. So you can pull more than I can if we go without straps. You would win. By a healthy margin, to be honest. A very healthy margin. Yeah, Iron Bibby failed. And Evan's going to fail too. He tried to psych himself up, tried to convince himself he was going to do that, but it was pretty clear that it was not happening. So no 1,000-pound pull for Evan Singleton on this day. No, he skipped 425.
Incredible. Austin Andrade of Mexico will go next.
Austin Andrade.
1,000 pounds for Andrade. A lot of love for this man in the arena to get it. A massive deadlifter.
All right. Austin Andrade, the world's strongest Latino. He makes 454 look like child's play. For those of you who are wondering, 454 is not child's play. What are you doing, dude? You want to go outside, either? Oh, Rono. Oh, man. Oh. I recognize that Colin only mentioned Eddie Summer as the record. Do they not recognize those? They don't recognize it because a lot of people don't recognize it because it happened in the gym and not at an in competition thing. Although we had judges there, the weights were calibrated. Again, we talked about this before. I don't have any problems with the record, but no, a lot of people don't recognize it, and it's one of those unofficial official records. So, and then you've got this whole Colin Eddie Thor feud, and so it's aggravating to me because I believe that most of us probably believe that Thor is probably the best deadlifter on planet Earth currently. And because of this feud and stuff and him refusing to do anything with Colin, he's not competing. And I went on this rant before we started this evening, but I love this competition. I love all of these contests. You guys know I'm not going to miss them. But it does feel kind of weird labeling something the world championship of an event when arguably the world's best person at that event isn't there and competing. Like, yeah, this is the World Deadlift Championships, but it almost feels like whoever wins, there's going to be questions like, congratulations, you win. Now people get to compare you to Thor and say, hey, could you have done it if Thor was there? So, all right, Hooper going for 1,000 pounds. And he made it look pretty darn easy, to be honest. So for all of those who were saying he struggled at 400 and maybe he's going to be at, no, he did not struggle, and he made the 454 look pretty comfortable too. Now, he did not make it look comfortable that if anyone is this Mega Moose fan and was thinking, hey, Mitchell was going to go there and contend for the world record too, I think what we just saw there said that, yeah, maybe Mitchell goes for 470 and maybe he pulls 470. I don't think that's a foregone conclusion. But to think that he has more in him after the 470 or any chance of the 505, I think you're probably smoking some pretty strong plants. So, let's see. Whose was the fastest so far? At 454? Well, not that many people did it. I think Austin Andrade probably pulled 454 the fastest. Probably Austin Andrade. None of them threw 454 off the ground. But all of the guys who made it, I don't think any of them made it look like if you stuck another pound on there, they're in trouble either. Like they're at max effort. That's all that's in the tank. Now these are big jumps. That may be where all of those guys stop. I don't know. But I don't think any of them really threw it up like Usain Bolt. But I also don't think any of them struggled to make it look like, hey, this is not happening. Lucy Underdown going for 325 kilograms. And guess the F what? You almost heard a pastor swear on the live stream. Lucy Underdown just pulled 325 kilograms. I said before we kicked off that I don't know what the world record is, but it's probably not going to stand by the end of this evening because I think she's going to break her own record. Yeah. She just pulled 325 kilograms, guys. That's 716 and a half pounds. So right at 717 pounds for anybody scoring along at home. And I know there's a lot of people, again, who love to hate on these ladies. But if you're watching this stream, if you're paying attention to the chat, click that heart, not for me, but give Lucy Underdown some love for the fact that she just smashed the world record. She just pulled 725 pounds, 325 kilograms. Congratulate her, guys. That is impressive stuff.
425. It's coming. Like to be on the show, that's a lot of pressure. Say thank you. The crowd is absolutely incredible. I'm so happy to be here in Vegas. It's the most amazing place ever. So thank you so much for the support.
Lucy Underdown, ladies and gentlemen. 425.
325. Let's not give her. What she just did was incredible. Let's not change the newspaper articles. It wasn't 425 kilograms. It was 325 kilograms. That's plenty impressive enough. We don't need to exaggerate. Did she have more in the tank? Yeah, she had more in the tank. Now I don't know how much more that would be. Are we talking 326, 327, 328? If you decide, make like a 10 kg jump, 335, I don't know about that. But I think there might have been room there for a little more. That wasn't crazy. That was impressive. Hats off to her. Even if I wasn't an old man, if I was still training in my prime and still was setting goals, and these records keep going higher and higher and higher, so I had something to set myself for, I think that would have been pipe dreams to actually put that number out there and say, hey, I'm going to hit that figure at some point. That's just incredible. Truly incredible. That's really sneaking up. That's super close to 100 pounds more than my max ever in my life. Not currently, way over that. But the best I've ever done in my entire life. She almost did 100 pounds more than that. I guess, depending on how you say almost. Still 24 pounds shy, but I feel like that's almost. Come on, Trey. Come on, Trey Mitchell. He gets it. Trey Mitchell gets 470 kilograms. Now, in an actual powerlifting competition, it would not have gotten that. These figure eights wouldn't be allowed. But, you can't do that whole strongman hitch thing. That's allowed here. But anyway, 470 went up for Trey Mitchell. And, I told you guys, they don't talk about him as like in the upper echelon, the elite deadlifters in the world, the best, but I told you he's really good, and they don't give him enough credit. He is definitely among the elite.
Lifting over 1,000 pounds less than a year after my Achilles injury is just the best for myself.
He's trying not to cry. He's such an emotional, humble, quiet guy.
The emotion.
Trey is like the definition of the gentle giant,
Thank you very much. What an incredible performance.
New American record. And yes, that's give him some credit there. Trey Mitchell's 470, while he did do the little strongman hitch, unassisted by a suit. So he is not wearing a suit like the others in the contest. And that does, I think, ask him for a little more credit and us to say, way to go, Big Tex. My opinion on sumo. I've talked about it many, many times. I don't have any problem with people who pull it. I do think it's a completely different lift. So I think in general, if you show up to a competition and they say, hey, you can You can do sumo, you can do conventional, and people do sumo and they beat you. Shut up. You could have did sumo if you wanted to, if you thought you could do more. But I don't think they should be in the same competitions. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Austin Andrade was just about to lock out the 470 kilograms. And instead, he fell backwards, and the 470 kilograms landed on him. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
To his feet, take a moment, mate. Get that suit off and take your time. A stark reminder of just how heavy these weights are, ladies and gentlemen. Austin Andrade was right.
Looks like he's going to be okay, but he's up and walking around on his own power. But it did not look great, and I'm sure it hurt. That's the thing. Like, if you look at your average normal human beings walking around, and they fell under like there's a good chance that they wouldn't even. There'd be the bar going down on them, but that'd be about all they feel because their legs would be less thick than the ground, and so it wouldn't even make that. Most normal sized human beings could fit under the bar no problem. These big guys, though, their legs are so big that that was resting on him, and probably did not feel very wonderful. But it looks like he's just fine. He's going to be okay. So. So what I was saying about the sumo, sumo discussion got taken to the wayside because Austin collapsing there with the weight on him seemed like it took precedent and was more important. And I'll get back to the sumo after Matthew Rag does his pull here. We'll wait for Matthew Rag to do his pull, and I'll finish up. I think I pretty much got my point out already, but I'll put a final bow on the discussion. Not happening. 470 not going down for Matthew Rag. All right. So, what I was saying was, I don't have any problems with sumo. Now, I guess I should say this. I don't pull sumo. I've tried it a few times in the gym, like 2 or 3 times, just to see. And it's probably like a suit. It's probably like these other things. You probably have to work on it to improve and get after that. But what I can personally say, my opinion, is when you hear people say that it's cheating and stuff like that, if you think it's cheating, go back to what I'm saying in the contest, that means you're basically saying, hey, you can do a lot more weight that way. Then if you're doing a contest that allows you to do it and you just saw some guy get up there and do it, change and go do sumo. Win the event for yourself. But personally, when I did it, my sumo was substantially less than my conventional deadlift. Now, granted, like I said, I've only done it like 2 or 3 times, so you probably have to work on it. Gonna have to work on firing the right muscles, learning the right techniques, and all of those things. But when the fact is I can do less sumo than I can conventional, it'd be kind of hard for me to label it as cheating. So anyway, but I do think the rules are the rules. If they allow them, they allow them. Shut up, don't whine about it. Now, even though I just said that, I don't think they should allow them at that competition. I'm not saying sumo should be banned, but I think there should be sumo-specific contests and sumo-specific events and conventional-specific contests and events. I don't think they should be mixed because I do believe that they are 2 different lifts. And so Hooper did get the 470 while I was ranting there, and there will be a screenshot of there that matriculates in there somewhere. Up next is Ivan Makarov. Ivan Makarov. 470 kilograms. Also known as a warm-up weight. Okay, so he is the third gentleman to pull 470 kilograms. He is the one that made it look the easiest. I sort of agree about. Well, I've already told you why I don't think sumo is cheating. However, I like to play devil's advocate. You guys know that I try to be sensible. I try to be objective rather than subjective, and I try to listen to arguments on the other side. So I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree, but to play devil's advocate with that, Ed, the thing about A to B is a lot of people would argue that with sumo and conventional, you might start with the same A, but maybe you're not arriving at the same B because the weight doesn't finish at the same position and the same height. So, again, not giving my opinion as to how I feel about that. I've already told you, I think they're two different lifts, bottom line. But that would be the argument against the A B thing, is that a lot of people go, yeah, I agree, point A to B, but sumo and conventional don't land at the same B. So Rono does 470 as well, and Rono made 470 look pedestrian, in my opinion. Rono hanla made the 470 look easy.
Really remarkable lifting on a night that's already had its ups and downs. There are some special moments, and that was one of them. Rono Hanla really bullied that weight. How far will we see this thing push tonight? The bar, set, getting.
It sucks for Andrade collapsing under the weight too. I mean, I'm glad he didn't get. Doesn't look like it's either he's not injured or it's a very minor injury. It was good to see him get up on his own feet, stand around, wave to the crowd, walk off under his own power. So I think he's probably okay, and I think he's probably injury free, but could be something there. But definitely wasn't a catastrophe and tragedy, which is good. But I feel kind of bad for him too with the lift because he was really right at the lockout. I think it was almost like he's trying to pull the shoulders back in a way to really show the judge is like, for anyone questioning here whether I've got this, I do have it. I think he put a little bit extra in it, kind of made himself off balance and pulled it back on himself. I think he actually had the 470 in him, and kind of maybe Evan Singleton it, getting a little too aggressive and wild rather than trying to stay controlled. Hooray for us older guys, yeah. Rono. Oh, Hicks does not get the 470, and after he drops it, he falls over. It started out going up easy and quick. Like I was about to say, I take back what I just said. Graham Hicks made the 470 look the easiest. But then right before I spoke up, the weight went down and he went with it. It started out coming off the floor like, whoa. Like it shot out like a cannon. And it looked like it was going up easier than Rono did. And Rono, just like I said, made it look easy. That was really, it looked like Graham Hicks was about to make 470 look pedestrian and like I might pull up 315 or 405. Pounds. Again, pounds, not kilograms. But he didn't get it up. So we have 4 guys that managed 470. That's Trey Mitchell, Mitchell Hooper, Ivan Makarov, and Rono hanla. And I believe Trey Mitchell is your sole person there who did it without a suit. I believe Hooper, Makarov, and Rono are all wearing suits. Lucy Underdown is about to overtake Matej in the deadlift. Well, while that's a good comment, kind of funny, kind of true, I'd also say let's be careful laughing with those triple emojis when Lucy Overdown also just did way more than any single person in this chat could do. So we as they say about throwing stones from glass houses, maybe we shouldn't do that. Because not only is she catching up to Matej, but she smoked every single person who has put a comment in that thing tonight. She is truly special for sure. It really wasn't all that long ago when the women's deadlift world record was barely over 500 pounds. It's crazy how much it has come up in such a short amount of time. We're going to see a day when, in the not too distant future, where one of these ladies pulls 750, probably Lucy Underdown, or maybe more. Maybe we'll see an 800-pound pull before I die from a woman. Don't know what the max of human evolution is and what we're capable of as a species from these ladies. But you just watch her do stuff like that and you feel like you gotta be getting close to what we're actually capable of. Did I think 505 goes up? Well, I didn't think 505 went up before the contest. I went on record as saying I don't think anyone does it tonight. Based on what I just saw, I guess the question is, did Rono or Makarov change my mind? And no, they did not. I'm still saying 505 does not happen. And I still want to be wrong. What's happening with Graham? Well, he did not get 470. I don't really know what else to say, Simon. I don't know that anything's happening with him. He just did not get the 470. It looked like it was going up, and it looked like it was going up easily. It came off the floor fast and effortlessly. Then he just hit this place, and it was kind of weird. It was past the halfway point. Just threw it up, and all of a sudden, boom, stopped, went down quick, and then kind of fell over the bar with it. So looked like his body just said no more. It's kind of weird because of how quick it was moving, and there was no dull, there was no stop, there was no slow it down, and now we found a struggling place. It was like moving, but fail. Oh. See if they're going to talk here. I need to turn some sound on.
It's getting a sneaky picture down here. So, ladies and gentlemen, Martinez in the house.
The Dragon.
States of America, the Dragon.
Martins.
What a night.
Martins.
What a night.
Martins.
Between Lucy and
He's here.
This is
He's there. He's everywhere.
feeling.
I won't put
We're
any
gonna
other
see
words. Sorry.
505. Weights are just flying up today. People are getting stronger and stronger in this sport. It's birthday today, ladies and gentlemen. The Dragon's birthday, and my birthday wish is to see 505.
All right. So it's Martin's birthday, and he just said his birthday wish is to see the record get broken. Someone needs to let him know that he is not going to get his birthday wish fulfilled. But I hope he does, because I hope we're all treated to this. I want it to happen. I want to be watching when this happens, and I want it to happen tonight. I just don't think it's going to. Yeah, 505 is already on the bar. It's not being loaded. It's there. We're just waiting for them to come out and do it. So. I'm assuming the guys who are in the full competition aren't going to try this. I could be wrong. Well, it looks like Mitchell Hooper is putting his support belt on. And Mitchell Hooper is actually going to go for this. I'm kind of surprised by this. I'm kind of shocked by this, to be honest. I figured they wouldn't attempt the 505 because they still got a full strongman competition going. If he pulls this and makes it, again, I said the 454 wasn't super easy. He might have 470 in him, but it wasn't a foregone conclusion. 470 he struggled with. I don't think this is happening. But if he does, that's great. Again, I want to be wrong. I want all these guys to do it. But I just don't think this is sound strategy for a guy who's normally the best strategist in the business. This is definitely a weight that not only is a matter of not getting it up, but you could. This is real injury weight here, and effort as well. This doesn't seem like very smart pull for Mitchell Hooper, in my opinion. Now I hope he goes up there, pulls 505 off the ground, breaks the record, makes it look easy, stays injury free, makes me look foolish and stupid, and we're all cheering for him and happy. But I'm shocked that he's doing this, and I really don't think it's good strategy for someone who wants to win the whole dang 2024 USA Strongman Championship. Hope he does it. I hope he does it. He does not do it. Gets it almost to his knees. Almost to his knees. But not quite. So, no 505 on the cards or in the cards for Mitchell Hooper. At least not on this evening. Maybe one day in the future. To be honest, he got it more than I thought he would. So maybe that's in his wheelhouse at some point. Maybe he will do a 505 sometime in the future. But it won't be in 2024. Yeah, like, again, I think he's the best strategist in the game. I truly believe that. Not only is he a dominant figure, the phenom, basically coming out of the scene with pretty much no practice and dominating the sport. We know what he physically is gifted, all these things, but I actually think Mitchell's best thing is this right here. He's very cerebral, very intelligent, thinks about everything to the minute detail, and just a hellacious strategist. So I don't really think it was the best strategy. I still stand by that. But I also think that in order for Mitchell to do that, he must have felt like people aren't talking about me for 505, but I'm capable of this, and they shouldn't be talking like I can't do it. He must have felt reasonably confident and comfortable to go out and try it, I think. All right, time for Makarov. Time for Makarov. And I'll again bring the sound back. I think you guys can hear the sounds for these 505 attempts.
Here we go.
Not happening. Not happening.
The weight wins. 505.
And to be honest, Mitchell Hooper gave it a better ride than even Makarov did. I mean, neither one were close. Let's just be honest. But Hooper took it on a further journey than Makarov did. And now, the oldest man in the competition, Rono. So does the world record holder for the Masters deadlift become the world record holder for the deadlift period?
History in Las Vegas. Everything that you
Put your guess in the chat now before the lift goes up. Does Rono do this or not? Does the world record master become just the world record holder, period? Yes or no? I'm still betting no. But put it in the chat.
was the time. If he can tilt this, it would be unbelievable. And he starts to pull. Whoa,
not happening. Now, here's the thing. He held it the longest and brought it off the plane the furthest, but like Makarov, he didn't take it that far. So, Mitchell Hooper did not get 505, but he did take 505 the furthest. If we're giving them a victory based upon how far they moved it and how far they went against gravity, Mitchell Hooper won. He took 505 from the floor, off the floor, higher than anyone else did. So, pretty good considering that no one really expected him to even be in the conversation there. Even though he didn't get it, I think what Mitchell Hooper did for sure is he made going forward when people talk about guys who have the potential to break Thor's record or challenge Thor, you're going to hear the Moose's name mentioned now. Do I think any of them could have done 500? Based on what we just saw, no. No, I don't think 500 would have went up for any of the three either. Now Hicks failed at 470, so he didn't get to try 505. Yeah, I don't think anyone would have did 500 either. Not what we just saw. Maybe Hooper could have done it. He definitely had the best chance out of the 505s we just saw, but I still think 500 was a hill too tall to climb. I do think if we had seen another jump from 470 or allow these guys to ask for their own weight, like again, I think they should be able to. They should be able to call their own weight. But I think if we would have had, 485 or 490 on there, I think we could have seen that. Going from 470 to 505, I mean, that's just a crazy jump. To be honest, it's kind of a stupid jump. It's different if you're 35 kilograms because we're talking about lighter weights that you know these guys can handle. But when we're talking about weights that are already up there where only a handful of guys have pulled the weight in history, to ask them to go ahead and jump another 35 kilograms after that, it's just stupid. Just asking the guys to get hurt. And I think really robbing the fans out of a chance to see some big weights be moved, all because you're trying to set the tone for this world record thing. That, again, I didn't think any of them had it. I didn't think it was going down, but I think they should have had more jumps in there at minimum. But I really think that they should have just let the guys call their own weights and go after it. I'm going to go ahead and put that up there real quick. Remove those others. All right. So there's the deadlift results. I need to go back and catch up what we got here. Actually, you can hire Hooper as your coach, kind of, depending upon what you mean by coach. Obviously, you have to be somewhat near or go there if you do, but Mitchell Hooper does have a coaching program. I almost signed up to be part of the pilot group, but then I had a little procedure done, and so really was going to be out of the gym for about another 6 weeks, and seemed kind of stupid to pay for it at that point. But he does have a coaching program. You can buy his courses, of course, but he does have the thing, and I think they do live Zoom sessions once or twice a week. I can't really remember. Not taking on new students now, but once this group wraps up, he'll probably run another one. It was pretty reasonably priced considering he is the strongest man on earth and winner of the world's strongest man and the best strongman in the business today. And I think he limited to like 20, 25 people in the class total. So while it's not one-on-one, you do get a lot of personal attention and personal time from him. So you can make that happen. Yep, Trey pulled 470. And he did it without a deadlift suit. All right. The World Deadlift Championships. 4-way tie for first place. I guess that means everybody gets a gold medal and nobody gets a silver medal. 4 gold medals, nothing else. Why? Because of a 35 kilogram jump. Really stupid, Colin Bryce. Really stupid. I guess Colin and the whole group of probably more of the official Strongman games, actually. OSG, probably their call. But whoever was in the deciding pool, this guy does not approve. This guy thinks you should have let the athletes pick their weight. And if you weren't going to do that, you definitely should have more variety in there. You go from 470 to 505. It's just dumb. The only way that you should go from 470 to 505 is if you have a weight in between and people decide to skip the weight. You've had 470 to 485 or 470 to 490, and someone said, you know what, that's taking too much energy away from me. I know I can do that, but I need to save up energy for 505, so I'm going to skip that and go to 505. Okay, fine, but that's their call then. They're deciding that. To take that option away from them and to make it so that they have no choice but to go for a 35 kilogram jump at those heavy weights? Nah, just kind of dumb. What do I count as the record, Eddie Hall or Thor? I think Thor is the record holder. I've said that more than once. I think that Thor is your deadlift record holder. For those that don't recognize it and see Eddie as the winner, I understand why they do that. I have no problem with that. I'm not going to argue. I don't think it's worth the arguments that we had. I didn't like seeing the community at odds with one another, and I didn't like seeing Thor and Eddie fans go at each other and cuss each other out and hate each other, and I thought it was kind of dumb. I thought it was bad for the sport. And I can accept the argument either way if you want to talk about competition, out of competition, but there were judges there. The weights were weighed. They were calibrated. I have no problem with Thor being the record holder. I recognize Thor as the record holder. For those who say, no way, I go, okay, I hear you. Oh. Is a 335 bench at 17 years old, top 1%. I don't know if you're 17 years old and you're asking that, and you're saying that you have a 335 pound bench. And I don't know if that's bench or kilograms. If it's kilograms, then I'll say no. Anyone should be able to do 335 kilograms. I mean, that's lightweight. You should be able to curl that. Okay. Sarcasm aside, I'm assuming you're talking about pounds. And I'd say that less than 1% of people on planet Earth bench 225. That's just a fact. Fewer than 1 out of 100 people on planet Earth bench 225. That's not 17 years old. That's period. So 225 for a 17-year-old would be incredible. 335, if that's what you're asking, and you really do that. No, that's not top 1%. That's top 0.00001%. Yeah, that would be super incredible. And I don't like calling people, I don't like saying, hey, it didn't happen. But I also think that if it's real, you're probably in the gym often enough that you just shouldn't need to even ask the question. If you're really benching 335, you should be able to see other people in the gym and know that they're not benching 335. And so if you are, you should feel pretty good about that. I don't think you would need to ask that. My personal opinion, maybe you do, but if you're in high school and you got a whole bunch of guys around you who are benching 335, I want to avoid your high school because apparently there's a bunch of teenagers walking around there that could kick my fanny. If you're doing 335, you don't need to feel insecure. You should know you're the biggest dog in the yard. Oh, Terry Hollins. He's coming back to Strongman. And he's going to start training for a 1,000-pound pull, which apparently is easy. These guys just did 1,000 like no problem. Oh, dun 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 dun. Thor has a potential 5'10". 20. Oh.
Rocks forward and back and forward. If those tires hit the floor, it would put you off your run. It stops you dead in your tracks. So they would always go from lower pickup so I have a bit more clearance. Yeah. It means if it does kind of got back into the a bit safer.
All right. Hicksy attempted 470 and failed. My max deadlift all time is higher than my max squat of all time. But I currently squat more than I deadlift, and most of my life I have. But all time I was able to train my deadlift up higher than I was able to get my squat. But right now I squat more than I deadlift, and that has been the case most of my life. Not all of my life, but most of my life. Anyone else here in the chat that squats more than they deadlift? Anyone else? It's not that uncommon. It's definitely not. It's definitely not the rule. The majority of people definitely deadlift more than they squat, but it's not that uncommon. And I'm sure I'm not the only person here. It's not like it makes me a freak. So there's at least one. There's two. Okay, we got a few more people here that squat more than they deadlift. Okay. There are people out there I know who do bench more than they squat because there's a lot of people out there who skip leg day, and we know it's true. Actually, I got kind of insulted the other day. I was posting some photos on my social media, and this guy I graduated with high school. People were talking about how big my upper arms and upper body were and stuff like that. And then the guy's like, take some of those away and put it on your bird legs. I'm like, bird legs? Dude, I have 28-inch quads. I think it's kind of hard to say that I have bird legs. I have 28-inch quads. Now, that being said, maybe I'm a bit sensitive. I do have one calf muscle that's slightly larger than average, barely, and then my right calf is really small. It's basically non-existent. I don't really have a right calf muscle, and that's from the stuff that you guys have heard about me before, the birth defects and the many surgeries. So I don't really have any calf muscle to speak of in my right leg, which that actually makes me more proud of my lower lifts than my upper body lifts. But yeah, the guy said I had bird legs, and I was like, what are you talking about? How many guys you know with 28-inch quads? Get out of here with that. Try to tell me I skip leg day. Punk. All right, Luke Stoltman is taking that. It's kind of nice watching the Stoltmans run against each other for the car walk here. Older brother's in the lead. Younger brother's catching up. Now older brother's pulling away. Older brother wins it. Older brother. Big brother's little brother. Says, I'm still big brother, son. Big brother Luke beats little brother Tom in the car walk. $33-inch quads? Oh, 30. Okay, hold on. Are you saying that you have 33-inch quads and you're only 113 kilograms? I Again, I don't call people liars or say BS. I don't do it. But I want to see photos of you because you must have a very weird build if you have 33-inch quads and you're only 113 kilograms. That's basic. We're basically the same weight. And you're spread out over 6 feet too. Mine is compacted into a 5'4" frame. So I can't imagine how small you must be in other spots. You have to be all quads. $35-inch legs. If we just keep going up, not going to be that much longer until someone's got 40-inch quads in this chat. Who's bashful? Who's shy? Who's too quiet to admit it? Stop being shy. Stop being so humble. Someone in this chat has 40-inch quads, so go ahead and tell on yourself right now. Time for another car walk contest. Eddie Williams versus Iron Bibby. Appreciate it, Simon. But Curvin didn't have that same stipulation. He doesn't mind embarrassing me and hurting my feelings with the 43-inch quads. Eddie Williams smokes the car walk. Iron Bibby is not smoking the car walk. But he completes the course. And that's what's important. And let me just say that I am happy to see Iron Bibby competing in a full strongman competition. It's nice to see that. We know he goes to so many of these single event things, and we definitely know he's a specialist at some things, but it's nice to see him here competing in a full contest. I like it. Yeah. Speaking of 28-inch quads, Bibby has 28-inch arms. Bibby has 28-inch pinkies. There needs to be someone laughing that I said Bibby has 28-inch pinkies. The fact that that got no reaction from the chat at all is kind of discouraging. Good advice, especially if you're Eddie Hall. Very good advice. Stay hydrated. Evan Singleton getting into the car. Alexi looks ready to rock and roll. Car walk is basically a yoke. Evan is usually really good at these. I expect Evan to take the win here comfortably. But we also know Evan, and we know that Evan does Evan things. So he can do anything from win this event to finish last in this event because it's Evan Singleton. But usually Evan is really good at these types of things, and of course he is slow getting it up. Alexi's off to a major big lead, but Alexi sets it down, and now Singleton motors past him, but Alexi comes back and drops it again. And Singleton does win it, but at a much slower time than I expected him to get, if I'm being honest. Alexi crosses the line himself. So, again, there is never any way of knowing what you're going to get out of Evan Singleton. He can turn into a performance that, makes you like, oh my goodness. Good luck anyone else. And then he can also turn in performances where it's like, seriously, we were expecting this guy to be a contend for podium. Just so inconsistent. Kind of weird because he doesn't really have any weak areas. You know, he's very well rounded, but his performances aren't that well rounded. Yeah, if you're not watching the live stream, people, you can go to officialstrongman.com.
May or may not tweak my back a little bit on the deadlift, but this is Strongman. Suck it up, bite into your mouth guard, and send it.
Ladies and gentlemen, much more to come from this man. Show it for the T-Rex.
Because he may have tweaked his back in the deadlift. Not that hard to understand. I assume that probably everyone tweaked their back in the deadlift. Actually, it's almost impossible not to at those kinds of weights. But as Evan was talking there, am I the only one that heard the tone and the voice of a man who was in pain? He sounded like he was in pain. Was I the only one that detected that? Because he sounded like he was hurting to me. Austin Andrade. I'm going to have to take a tinkle break at some point here. I'm going to have to take a tinkle break, guys. After this go here, I'm taking a tinkle break. Andrade and Rag are off to the races. Well, Andrade is off to the races. Rag is kind of parked. Austin Andrade crosses the finish line. Okay, guys. Andrade wins that. Rag also crosses the finish line. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I have to go utilize the latrine. Oh. Nobody said anything in the chat for a while. Guys got quiet and shy all of a sudden. There's still 120 of us live watching it. You'd think someone would be talking. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yes. Rag attempted over 454. Or maybe he failed at it. I don't remember now. Anyway, bottom line, he was not a contender. I can't remember if he got four. I think he got 454 and failed 470. I think that's what happened. Mitchell Hooper doing Mitchell Hooper type things here in the car walk. So Mitchell Hooper wins that. Mitchell Hooper just smoked that course. Okay, so Eddie Williams had the event at 13.02, and no one was coming close. And Mitchell Hooper just said 13.02 is slow, man. What were you doing crawling with that thing? At least pick it up and move with it.
To take it in your stride.
10.65.
It's an event I'm lucky to be naturally good at. Perfect start for me so far.
So almost
Tremendous
2.5
goal.
seconds faster than Eddie Williams.
You seemed like tonight you didn't have incredibly high aspirations. Was that purposeful? Were you trying to keep calm? Because you came out here with unbelievable effort in that lift, in the 470. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Yourself and Rono or hanla, just unbelievable. What was most remarkable, you're not the guest deadlifter. You're here to do the whole show, and yet you held absolutely nothing back here in Vegas.
Yeah, look, I recognize that the average person here is not working on Wall Street. Y'all have spent your money, flew to Vegas, paid for accommodations, lost a shit ton in the slots. Don't judge you. But for me not to come here and give 100% would be disrespect to all of you. So thank you very much for coming out. I'm just doing my job.
Now, Mitch, before we let you go, you're going to be feeling supremely confident, mate. You've got some mega events tonight. You're the world record holder on the wrecking ball. It's going to be hard to beat you here.
I don't feel any way. I feel like next event, wipe the slate clean and see what we can do.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mitchell Hooper. Can't believe that his career is just getting started. Really, he's doing like so much better than everyone else. Not in just the sport, but in every aspect, like social media, marketing himself. Are we going to lose him quickly? Like, is he going to be? Is he in for just a short run in the sport because he's going to build a name for himself, and it just doesn't make much sense to keep competing in such a tough, taxing sport in the body when he's making so much cash outside of it? Or is he going to let the competitive fire burn and we're going to keep him for a while? What do you guys think? Here's another question about Mitchell Hooper. We know he's the phenom, right? Let's say this. Oh yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. New poll here. All right. Compare Mitchell Hooper to one of these guys. Mitchell Hooper, Rono hanla, and Ivan Makarov tried the 505. None were successful. None were close. You guys are going to have to start putting some stuff in the chat, man. I feel like I'm keeping myself company. Got only myself to talk to. I didn't even realize earlier that Simon was calling me Jason. Try not to be mad now. Yeah. Well, YouTube doesn't make you wait 20 minutes. I make you wait 20 minutes in chat. I turned that on for the chat earlier and this one because we've had a lot of people who wander into these live streams just showing up just to spam and be annoying and so on and so forth. So I thought by saying, hey, you're going to have to hang around here and subscribe for 20 minutes before you can comment, it might cut down on the spam and the troublemakers, and it seems to be working really well. Although it is a lot quieter than it normally is. This is also not one of the most popular contests of the year. It's also late, all kinds of different factors, but it also says we got over 100 people watching live, so anyway. Oh, my back is hurting, my neck is hurting. Getting too old for this stuff. Yeah, I believe I'll be keeping the chat subscribers only going forward and keeping it with a time frame like 15, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. I always wanted it public because I just wanted everybody to have the say, and I like freedom of speech and I like interaction, but yeah, the spam is annoying. And then again, you got a bunch of rude douchebags who think the only way to have a good time is by ruining the time of everyone else. So all right. So the results are in. It's a two-way tie. Mitchell is like the Babe Ruth or Wayne Gretzky of our sport, or if you're a football fan, Tom Brady. And if you are not an American, you say, hey, you need to pay more attention to football, not American football, but real football, or as we like to call it, soccer. You better talk about Pele. And there's your results in that completely unimportant poll. Totally subjective. No way to prove any of that. How do you compare one person? It doesn't matter. But that's how you guys thought about it. So Here we go. Fun stuff. So we have our leaderboard now. Mitchell Hooper is in first. Trey Mitchell is in second. Eddie Williams is in third. Austin Andrade is in fourth. Evan Singleton is in fifth place so far. So that's your top five. And I need to take those results out of there and then give you guys just that information. We'll get the screenshots redone here. Should be there. There we go. Boom. All right. After 2 events. Boy, those change too quick. I think I'm going to change that. I don't like how fast those change. Let's do 3,500. That's better. Get the screen a little bit longer. This old guy's getting tired. You know what? This old guy just realized I forgot to take my meds this afternoon. I should probably take my medicine now. Bad Jace. Bad. Looks like they swapped those points around. They had them wrong before. Oh, they got it. Never mind. I looked at the wrong spot. All right. Thought Tom had broken his curse of only performing to his potential at World's Strongest Man, but after this and the Shaw, it seems like another 2021 or 2022. Frustrating. And if he became World's Strongest Man more often, he could have a resume like Mitch, in my opinion. Time for some Circus dumbbell stuff. Circus dumbbell. Back pain sucks so much. I wonder if it shows those in nested folders. I wonder. I'm not gonna worry about it. Something to figure out when I'm not doing a live stream. I'll do some testing later. All right, so we have a 100 kilogram Circus dumbbell, and we are seeing who can get the most reps. So this is not a max Circus dumbbell. This is a Circus dumbbell for reps. Excuse me. We'll bring them on out here. Let's get the show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. I believe Curvin H's stream might be behind. Don't think he's watching it live. I think he's a little bit behind, but I could be wrong. I'm thinking Trey, Evan, Mitch, and Alexi for top 4 on this event. In no particular order, maybe Alexi on the top. He usually does a lot better when his big brother is there, but all right, so we're gonna see Alexei Novikov and Matthew Rag square down and tee off at one another here. Alexei's so much smaller than these guys. I am really tired. I apologize. Oh. Here we go. 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 Come on. Okay, you applied the chalk. Now get to the dumbbell. Finally. We're ready. These guys got a lot of screen time. All right. All right. So Novikov versus Rag. Novikov is up. And he has 1. Rag has 1. Alexi has 2. And Matthew Rag has 2. And Alexi probably got 3rd in that time. Yep, 3. The camera work at these strongman shows suck. They really need to get guys who are better at like performing professional sporting events. They really, really stink. Especially when they do these heads-up events where the athletes are competing at the same time. The camera work and who's ever controlling the actual streams, the video out inlays and overlay, whoever does that, they don't do a very good job of giving the spectators the optimal views. Anyway, I'll stop whining long enough to say that Alexi won that 5 reps to 3 reps, which didn't get a screenshot of them lifting, so that will suck. But when the thing comes up, eventually you'll see that, and that will be Alexi on the left side, Matthew Rags results on the right side. But yeah, Alexi wins with 5 reps versus Matthew Rags 3. All right. Austin Andrade. He's back. That's wonderful. Like the fact that he goes out there and does these other events and, you know, after what happened to him in the deadlift, falling over and stuff like that, really was a scary moment. Um, the fact that he's still competing is wonderful to see. I would like to think that all of the athletes try to win every event, but all right, here we go. Iron Bibby versus Austin Andrade. The weight is up, and it's overhead for Bibby. It's overhead for Andrade. On to the second rep for Bibby. You betcha. On to the second rep for Andrade. No problem. Four for Bibby. Four for Andrade. Both trying for a fifth. Bibby gets it. Andrade gets it. Time will expire. So we have a three-way tie for first place in this event so far. With everybody, with the exception of one competitor managing 5 reps. But Mitch isn't so far ahead that he could do that. It's too early. Now, eventually he might do that, but right now there's only 2 points separating him and second place. So, way too early in the contest to be, thinking, well, I can take it easy and not do a max effort here. Okay. Big Trey Mitchell. He's a wide boy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Luke and Trey Mitchell. Trey gets the first one. Came down a little bit too hard into his face for my liking there. He's alternating arms. I like the strategy. Trey is alternating arms. As long as your weak arm can do the weight, and 100 kilograms, no problem for Trey. That's really smart. Really, really smart for Trey Mitchell. Why not do that? You're asking a whole lot less work out of your... And he's still going both arms. I thought he might switch after 5, but no, he's still... So he's got 3 reps with each arm. So even 3 reps with his suboptimal arm. They have now both done 6 because Luke got it, and then Trey Mitchell throws up his 7th rep. So Trey Mitchell in the lead with 7 reps. And the spicy Luke Stoltman climbs into 2nd place. So Trey Mitchell was in 2nd place heading into this, just takes over the lead in this event. So Big Tex is providing a good showing for himself. I really thought Trey Mitchell was going to be on the podium in this show, and wasn't so sure because of wondering how he did with the Achilles, but he's looked pretty good. So I thought he was going to make the podium. Wasn't terribly sure about that, but now I'm feeling better and better about it all the time. He's looking pretty well back from his injury.
Watching the 2 heats before, if they dropped it, it just went all over the place. I didn't want that to happen. Lose precious time. Now 7 repetitions, a great total. Do you think it can stand up? We got Mitch Hooper coming up in a moment. He's going to be really hard to beat. I did make it easy for him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be contested by Mitchell Hooper, Eddie Williams.
All right. Final 2 competitors in the dumbbell press. Mitchell Hooper versus Eddie Williams, the 2 fastest car walkers. They are in 1st and 3rd place, respectively, with Trey behind them, in the middle, or not behind them, in the middle of them, but in the lead in this event. So, Trey will either lengthen his lead over Eddie Williams or lose some ground to Eddie Williams, gain some ground on Hooper, or lose some ground on Hooper, depending upon how these guys do. All right. Here we go. 1 and 1. 2 for Hooper. 2 for Eddie Williams. 3 for Mitchell Hooper. 3 for Eddie Williams. 4 for Mitchell Hooper. 5 for Mitchell Hooper. The 5th one looked better than the 4th one did. 4 for Eddie Williams. 6 for Hooper. Finally got the down call. Eddie Williams can't lock out the 5th. And Hooper gets the down call for the 7th. So he'll settle for a draw with Trey Mitchell, which means he doesn't gain ground or lose ground, either one, on Mitchell. Eddie Williams only with 4 reps, so he's going to fall down. I think he's going to fall off the podium now. And then both Mitchell Hooper and Trey Mitchell, the 2 Mitchells, will increase their lead over the field. Evan Singleton and Tom Stoltman, no marks in the event. We'll show the leaderboard in just a moment, and we'll go over the results through 3 events, if they're nice enough to tell us them. But yeah, I just let you guys know, a little foreshadowing there. Trey Mitchell and Mitchell Hooper increased their leads over the field.
It's Mitchell. It seems to add to your strength. It used to be Magnus, now it's Mitchell. There we go. 3rd place, Luke Stoltman, top man. Top man, yeah. Big love for Luke. Luke's clawing back some points, actually. I am Alexei Novikov and Austin Andrade all tied on 5 repetitions. Eddie Williams could have done with that 5th one. That's going to hurt. Now then, our overall scores then, please. Right now, we're looking tight at the top. Trey Mitchell is not giving up on this one. Not by any stretch of the imagination. 29 points for Mitchell Hooper. Trey Mitchell on 27, 2 points behind. And I have to say, this is starting to look like a 2-horse race for the title here of our USA Championships. Austin Andrade, the man in 3rd. Absolutely. Come on, Mexico. Eddie Williams.
All right. So I got the results up for you guys. Now I guess what I need to do is pay attention to the chat and see what I catch up here was. Okay. Yeah, I like Trey Mitchell a lot. Dumbbell last event of the night. It's only a single day event, so there is no tomorrow. Everything is happening tonight. What was the highest lifted in what? Deadlift? 470 kilograms, completed by 4 athletes. For the Strongman USA Championships, who are doing the full competition, yes, Hooper and Trey completed 470. Guest lifters in doing the World Deadlift Championships only, Rono, hanla, and even Makarov were also able to get 470. All 4 men failed at 505. There was no option to go for 500. And there was no option to go anywhere between 470 and 505. It was 470 and 505. Nothing in between. Well, Evan was complaining about his back hurting after the car walk. He was saying that he hurt it, might have hurt it in the deadlift. And Tom looked underperforming of what I would have expected there. Big Brother really schooled him on the car walk. So, yeah, I'd say that's probably likely. They are probably injured and out. Although Evan has done that before in the past. He's done competitions. Usually guys don't do that. If they miss an event, they're out. Evan Singleton is Evan Singleton. He from his performances to everything, nothing about Evan Singleton is like anyone else. And so he is one of these guys that has been known to skip an event before and then come out and do others. But I would have expected him to be looking forward to the Circus dumbbell. The fact that he didn't do that leads me to believe that yeah, he's probably out of the competition. Probably. I've given Evan a lot of credit in the last year. Um, and whether I like people or I am not huge fans of people, I always try to call it honest and put my bias aside. Out of this is empty. This is empty. This makes me very sad. I don't have any more drinks. Very, very sad. I would I'd I'd wear T Rex merch if he gave it to me. I wouldn't pay for it. Um, but I'd wear it if I was gifted it. All right. While we're waiting for the next event, I don't like being out of liquids. So I'm going to go get rid of some water and get some more water. I'll see you soon. I actually don't drink as much water as I should, to be honest, but I'm trying to get better at that. I usually just drink a whole lot of Diet Dr. Pepper, and more Diet Dr. Pepper, and more Diet Dr. Pepper, and more Diet Dr. Pepper. But I'm trying to become a better behaving individual, care more about my general overall health, and not just being strong little guy who picks up heavy things. And so, yeah, I'm trying to drink a lot more water these days. Get out of here, little cute cat. Sorry about that. I had to kick some kitty cats out of the room. I don't like them in here when I'm streaming because they like to jump on the keyboard and shut things down. And I noticed that my stream has gone down, not the YouTube stream, but my official Strongman stream of the event has gone down. Has that happened to anyone else, or is it just this unlucky fella? Gonna have to do a refresh. Hope that the site loads. Well, it's back up for me now after refreshing, so I guess we're good. Got to hear some Michael Jackson music there. Gotta make sure I dull that. Because even if I'm not sharing the official Strongman stuff, if I had got some Michael Jackson playing, I'll be copy struck for sure. Get rid of the screenshots from that, so we've got fresh ones coming into the next event here. And we shall wait. Let's go back ahead and have the chat here until we get some action going. Up next will be the Wrecking Ball hold. And the weights will be 267 kilograms, also known as 590 pounds. The record holder is Mitchell Hooper, who set that very recently. Yeah, start something. That's cool. I like when you guys get in your fisticuffs moods and argue with each other, but not a whole lot of people doing the chitty chat stuff this evening. Eddie Williams up the platform and down the platform. 4 a.m. here. It's not 4 a.m. here. 10:15 in the evening here. Oh, I'm not going to agree with that. All right. Matt Rag versus Eddie Williams. Maybe if Eddie wins the event, he'll sing us a song. Wrecking Ball hold. Wrecking Ball hold. They are holding in their hands 1/3 of an iron bibby. I mean, that's a lot of weight to hold. One-third of an iron bibby. They should have a clock on the screen with a running total and a running count. Why they're not doing that is kind of dumb, to be honest.
Looking down now, what he found, Eddie Williams is in a happy place. He's put his
Eddie Williams is in a happy place. He must be thinking about singing. And he looks way more comfortable than Matthew Ragg does, that's for sure. It almost looks like Matthew Ragg's ball was on the ground. I think they should go back and watch the entire footage of Matthew Ragg's performance, to be honest. Just to make sure that there was always some air between the bottom of that ball and the floor. It looked to me like it touched before they said it touched. I hope someone goes back and watches the entire thing. So, yeah, in terms of, I guess, the 150 pounds, I guess that's a comment about my third of an Iron Bibby. I'm being facetious. I just like to talk about how big Iron Bibby is. So 590 pounds, I figure that's about 1/3 the weight of Iron Bibby. I don't know. You guys who are watching, did it look like Matthew Ragg was fine and dandy the entire time to you guys, or did you guys see that thing awfully low to the ground and perhaps questionable about whether there was contact a time or two?
stage area, trying to get a indication of who's going next, so we can see that the harness.
Waiting for our next competitors. Next competitors. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Matthew Ragg stayed off the ground the entire time until they said it was down, and it was perfectly fine, legit, and legal, but looked kind of questionable to me and a little too close for comfort. Almost made me think, and I wish they had some sort of, kind of like Brian Shaw had the plates for the squat, which I know everybody hated. I know everybody hated how the squat went down. We're not going to revisit that in this chat. We're not going to argue about anything. We're not going to talk about Mitchell's depth and all that fun stuff. It's not happening tonight. But I like the fact that there was a plate there. They used technology to say whether or not there was any sort of pressure or jumping. I feel like they could have done something here with the ball as well to see if there was any slack in the chain. Just a slight, like, little less tension on the chain because it makes contact with the floor. There'd be less tension and pull on the chain. I figure like they could take advantage of technology and stuff like that to catch things from an automation standpoint that maybe humans and human error would not be able to catch or pick up on. but I don't know. There definitely wasn't a whole lot of daylight between the bottom of that ball and the floor. I know that. So we've got Iron Bibby and my brain just went dead. Alexi, and they had up uh, Tom Stoltman and I just forgot Evan Singleton. I think. These guys are not those guys. We're getting ready to start lifting. So they're saying that Matthew Ragg is the leader officially at 1 minute and 32 seconds. And again, I don't know. I don't know. I really, really, really hope that they went back and watched the entire thing and they had a good camera view looking strictly at that information. I hope they have better camera views than what they're treating us to here. Because if you're going to say the guy won the event, it better be without question. So Iron Bibby didn't hold this thing for very long. Alexi's saying, I'm used to hurting. I have a good pain threshold. I can handle this. I'll suffer. Come on, come on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So Alexi is your new event leader. A new world record for Alexi. A new world record. We go. A new world record. 207.89. As I said, Mitchell Hooper just recently set this record. So it was not a record that stood very long. Not all that surprising. All right, waiting. If you haven't liked the video yet, or the live stream, you should probably do that now. If you aren't subscribed, I hope you have a good reason for not doing so, because this would be a great time to do that as well. If you haven't dropped a message in the chat this evening, shame on you. Why you been hanging out with us all night long and haven't even said hello? Okay, all the plugs are done, so got that stuff out of the way. Let's have a vitamin. Maybe. Let me get them out of here. Gummies. Excellent. My OnlyFans. I don't have an OnlyFans. I left it for one of those other ones. That would have went over well if I actually knew the name of a service to say. I guess they're talking about shoes right now. Austin Andrade versus Luke Stoltman. This should be a very spicy contest. Scotland. He's from Scotland, just like Joe Hendry. Do you believe in Joe Hendry? I believe in Joe Hendry. I've heard that they love him. America, Canada, Mexico. You think Luke will be third overall in this event or third overall? All right. Fighting. They almost make it look like it hurts. So I simulate this exercise at the gym. I do it with like only 250 pounds. So big difference between what I'm holding up and what these guys hold up. Again, though, my grip has really, really suffered. It is not what it once was. It used to be really, really good, especially for someone of my stature because, teeny tiny hands. But ever since that rock climbing accident, man, my grip is just atrocious. Wrecking ball hold. Wrecking ball hold. Moose versus Thicket. Or Mitchell versus Mitchell. Mitchell versus Mitchell. Okay. Colin, stop talking. Let the men climb the podium or platform, and let's see them hold these things up in the air. Trey Mitchell. And standing at his left, our right, this man is from Canada. He hails from the Great White North. Since I just said Canada, it's the same thing. And let's get ready to rumble! And everything else is virtually identical. Can you guys name who's famous for saying that all the time? Ugh. Canada versus the United States. Here we go. They're both standing up much more vertical than some of these guys who have been kind of using their thighs to rest it on more, which I'm not sure how legal that should be, but it's definitely a good strategy to let you get away with it. Mitchell's settling down slowly but surely into position more. Trey is just way too vertical. He's basically just hand gripping that thing entirely. He's not taking any cheapness and resting it anywhere. Uh, and he's not known for having the world's strongest grip. So, not not the best way to approach this if you're Trey Mitchell, like some of the others. But he's all man. Whatever he gets, he's 100% earned it. It's kind of like the deadlift. The only man competing without the suit. Really, the only man trying to vertically hold this thing up and hold it with just the power of his hands. So nothing cheap about what Trey Mitchell does. He earns every bit of it. He's falling, and just like that, now he's stuck on his knee pad. So I probably got an extra 2 seconds out of for nothing there. So, but he held it the entire time free like that. So yeah, someone was right with Mike Goldberg. and everything else is virtually identical. That's kind of weird. I don't like that. Maybe I should try to change that a little bit. Guess as the lighting has changed, as the evenings got longer, it's changing the green screen where it mimics there. Getting kind of artifacts folding in here, not cool.
Another very controlled event for you there, mate. I wanted to ask you, obviously you came into tonight as the world record holder on the wrecking ball, but we know how professional your approach is to winning strongman competitions. In that particular event, could you have gone further if you didn't need the points?
Yes, but I didn't need the points. And if I can dissociate my name from that horrible event, I'm happy for Alexi to have the record.
He told us, I was saying what you were probably in a zone somewhere.
Okay, so basically, he just said he doesn't want to have his name tied to that. So, in other words, wrecking ball hold. Very, very painful. None of the guys like it. And Hooper's basically saying that when people think of the wrecking ball hold, he doesn't want them thinking Mitchell Hooper. So, it's kind of funny. I kind of appreciate it. But I would actually look at that as sort of like one of those badge of honors, like, yeah, maybe you don't want to think about me, associate me with this, but it means that I can handle the pain. Good stuff. Coming down to the nitty gritty now. Wrecking ball hold. I'll get these results up there for you. And then we'll put up our final events in just a moment. Kind of crazy how much longer Alexi held it than anyone else. And I still have questions about Matthew Rags' time. I really do. That ball did not seem like there was light passing between the bottom of that ball and the floor on at least 2 occasions to me.
Something guy kind of tweaked a little bit in my back when I was going for that 1,000-pound deadlift, and going for the yoke kind of just made it a little bit worse. So I thought it would be best if I didn't risk anything a little bit more serious and backed out. Underperforming in a competition, especially one like this, it's beyond discouraging, and I'm very disappointed. I wanted to come out here and put on a great performance for all of you guys, and I wanted to really I'm not going to take up too much time, no pity party, anything like that. I just wanted to say 2 things. One, thank you so much for being an amazing crowd. First time Giants is here in Vegas at the Orleans Arena. You guys have been amazing. And I know that not only the producers, not only Giants Live, but every single athlete back there really, really appreciates everything that you guys are doing and being here and cheering us on. So thank you all. Thank you very much. And 2, the second thing I wanted to address, this is nothing more than just a little bump in the road. will be back. I will be stronger, faster, and better. And next year, when we come back to Vegas, I'll be here to push Mitch a little bit harder.
Can't believe he's going to be there to push Mitch a little bit harder. That Evan Singleton line is like, I'm coming next year to make Mitchell Hooper cry, or something like that. Wait a second, Simon. Better stone lifter than everyone else here besides Mitch and Trey. I'm assuming that you're saying that because Tom Stoltman has withdrawn from the competition. I'm assuming that's what you mean, because if you're saying just from everyone there, Tom Stoltman is there, and you might want to walk that statement back a little bit. All right. Just making sure. I was like, hold on. There will probably be some people who are saying that very thing and thinking it now, though. You know, sports fans in general are very, what have you done for me lately kind of people. And they don't ever look at extenuating circumstances or the fact that wasn't a normal stone event or anything. It's always find something to run with. It's a sort of a sickness in our heads, I think. They keep showing the wrecking ball hold results, but they don't show the overall standings. What is their problem? Those jerks. I think I have another dog whining. Oh, come on, Tucker. Yeah, sorry, my pets are misbehaving. And I get the final results up there. Well, not final results. The results through 4 events. And Mitchell Hooper has now opened up a 5-point lead over Trey Mitchell, who is up 8.5 points over Eddie Williams for third. So, yeah, looking pretty good if your name has Mitchell in it somewhere. All right, I got to delete some of these now. We are down to the finale. All over but the crying. All right. Okay. I guess I didn't miss anything that really requires a comment from me. The back is just killing me. Ouch. 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 As soon as the stream is over, I'm going to put some stuff on my back. What are they talking about? Lemonade's good. I just tweaked it at the gym today. And sometimes my back just hurts anyway because, I've reached that age where it happens. But I tweaked it today. What was I doing when I did it? Oh, I actually think I was using the hack squat when I tweaked it, which I would not expect that to happen in the hack squat. Don't really need to wear a belt when you do that, but I was in there, you get your back supported, and I was wearing a belt, both. Weight was nothing crazy, but yeah, that's what it was. After the hack squat, I noticed my back was hurting. I continued to work out for about 20 minutes, and then I said, okay, we're going to go ahead and phone it in and call it quits for the rest of the day. Spinal arthritis? Yeah, that sounds like it would suck. Anyway, I'm hurting a little bit. Yeah, I don't know that I would favor Mitch in a contest versus a chip myself, but none of these guys are exactly your average man. I'm not your average man, and these guys make me look weak. Uh, I'd rather fight. I'd rather fight Mitch than a chimp too. Even though Mitch has pretty good stamina and endurance, especially for a strongman, he's no longer competing in things like marathons and endurance sports. And I think he's probably going to get tired a little bit before that chimp. So I don't know what kind of fighting skills they have. And I'm not going to pretend I'm the world's biggest tough guy on the planet, but was a pretty darn good wrestler. And I do have black belts in Taekwondo. Again, we've talked about this in the past. It's not exactly everyone got a black belt who did it for a few years. But I also have a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. So I can definitely get my butt kicked, but I can handle myself fairly well. I don't know how trained they are. But let's assume that Mitchell Hooper could kick my butt for a couple minutes. He's going to get tired eventually. I bet that chimp could kick my butt for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 60 minutes, 2 hours, and probably keep wailing on me and still not be tired. They swing in trees for hours on end. They don't get tired, so we're not talking about running though. If similarly, like if we're talking about legs, right? If you're going to ask me who I think who would win in a squatting competition between a chimp and Mitch. I'll favor Mitch. When we talk about upper body, it's going to be a little bit different story. Keep going! Keep going! Luke, you have to represent here. You're the only Stoltman in this thing. Come on, Luke. Man, Matthew Rag. It's way too early to call it. I don't want to be one of these guys that makes every competition where you start rewriting everyone's story or changing it. But it's almost looking like he is one of the hype things or what could have been, but things happen. Come on, Luke. You're supposed to complete that fifth stone. Mama's going to be so disappointed. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, man. Come on, people. Stop talking and finish the event because I'm old and I want to go to sleep. Becoming the grumpy old man. All you kids, get off my lawn. Obi. If you were the best strongman of all time and you said chimp, not gorilla, I might take your word for it. Well, I would. I'm taking the chimp. I'm going to let you ride the minority by yourself, Simon. Sounds like you're riding that train alone this evening. I'm going to let you have that honor. You go right ahead, my friend. You go right ahead. Just like the chimp would die. Yes. Correct. Correct. Okay. Andrade versus Eddie Williams. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Off to the races. Andrade's like, man, these boxes are really tall. And I'm like, I feel you, bro. I feel you. I'd probably have to step up on a stool to put it on the highest. Come on, Eddie. Come on, Eddie. Yeah, it's not happening. And only 3 stones for the best stone lifter in the event besides the Mitchells. At least someone here said that. But, yeah. Are we going to see anybody complete all 5 stones? Now we do have to be fair to these guys. And let's talk about the fact that this is the 5th event of the evening. They just did a grip event right before this. Yeah, so let's be fair. This is 5 events within a few hours. It's not like they're going out there and doing this fresh. On the other hand, chimps have really short legs, and so yeah, they would need a stool like me. But you know what chimps have also? Long arms. Chimps would have no problems wrapping their arms around this thing. See, again, little guy, short arms, short hands. I hate stuff like this. I really should have picked a different sport to be a fan of and compete in, because Strongman is not built for guys of my stature. I'm too tiny. Now we just might see all 5 stones get done. Now this will put a test on his Achilles, though, and get down in that lower position there. He'll feel this. This will go a long way into telling us how back Mr. Trey Mitchell really is. He's looking pretty dang good, and he's looking pretty well back to normal form, but we also know how good Trey Mitchell is at stones. Elite. Supreme. So we'll know a lot about Trey Mitchell's general health after this event, I believe. Thought he was going to make the podium. He's made me look good there. He's got himself a silver. Pretty well assured of that, you know. Just needs to go in here and hope he does something really impressive. I want to see him beat Hooper here. I do. But I don't know. Don't let that fall off, Trey. That almost fell off. That would have not been good for Trey Mitchell. Here we go, Trey. Good job, pal. Good job, brother. Good job, big man. And Mitchell Hooper says, this is a lot easier when the boulders don't stick to your shirt and you can't get it off. All right. So there's your gold and silver. Evan Williams? I guess you mean Eddie Williams? Evan is a different guy? I don't know this person. Should be listening to Trey Mitchell talk. Why am I not listening to Trey?
Shaw Classic afterwards. Like that was kind of not happy with my performance, even though I performed well. I told myself to a higher standard than most people. So it was interesting, Trey, because watching you tonight, mate, you seem to be carrying an enormous amount of emotion. Everything was pent up inside you, and we really saw. You spoke about it earlier. That release, we could see it play out in front of us tonight. Just how difficult has it been after the serious injury to come back, and how rewarding is it for you tonight to compete at this level and look so impressive? You've got a personal best in the deadlift. You've just smashed all 5 stones on a night when most men couldn't. Yeah, definitely the release of the pent up emotions. That's what I do in competition and the training, and just prove to myself that I could come back from a serious injury was a big win. And tonight, first time here with Giant Slide competing in front of a North American crowd. How did that feel? Oh, having the home turf advantage is always a good joke. Ladies and gentlemen, how proud this young man?
How proud of you are you of this young man? Now let's talk to the win. No, we're not going to talk to the winner of everything. Or yes, we are. Here he comes back.
Here for the last time this evening with Mitchell the Moose Hooper. Mitch, you stayed tonight. You want to put on a show for the people who think.
I feel kind of bad for Mitchell Hooper. I mean, the guy's been doing this sport for a really long time. He's been through a lot. I just like to see the guy win once. Just one time. I feel like Mitchell Hooper deserves some karma, some good luck, something to go his way. I mean, he's been doing the sport now for 18, 20 years. And, just can't seem to reach his potential. Such high hopes for this young man and hasn't been able to realize it. And just kind of feel bad for him. He just wished he could win something at some point in his career. I'd love to see him win sometime before he retires. Just one show. Even if it's not a big one. Just a minor show. Get some kind of thing just as a way to say, we appreciate your longevity in the sport and what you've been able to accomplish over the years. Just got to feel bad for Mitchell Hooper.
Remarkable. You've seen him compete many times. He was different tonight.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission, and we've got a big show coming up in 6 weeks that he wasn't invited to. And I think when that happens, it lights a bit of a fire in your ass because there's 10 guys back there and 100,000 people at home wondering why he's not at that show. But he certainly proved the point today. I have my own motivation. It's the first time I get to share a win with my baby in person, so a lot of wins tonight for me.
It is another win here in Vegas.
All right, guys. So before we sunset this thing and call it an evening, I don't know who we all still have here. Let me take a look real quick. There's a few. Okay. Did anybody watch the video earlier where I talked about the future of the channel and what we're going to be doing? Has anyone seen that or heard that? And does anyone care? I guess those are 2 different questions, right? All right. Well, if anyone does care, I'll get into it a little bit. We're not going to go into the full thing, but 2025 is going to see some changes for this channel. Some changes you may like, some changes you may not like. It doesn't matter. They're going into effect next year, and I hope that everyone is happy and I hope that everyone likes it, but I don't know that you will. So the good news, there's going to be a lot more content. More good news, because you guys are always asking to see me training and wanting to see stuff that I always tell you guys, I'm not here for that. I don't want to do that. I don't like talking about myself. You guys are going to get to see a lot more of me training and stuff. So there's two good things for you guys who've been asking for those things, more content and more Jace content. But we're going to do a little bit different. So we're still going to cover the live major events. We're still going to do these streams and stuff like this. But it's not going to be called Jace Lift Strength anymore. I'm already built like a dwarf. Same height, same build. And I'm a huge fan of like medieval and fantasy and stuff like that. And I've written a lot of works based on the works of J.R. Tolkien. So we're going to turn it into a channel where I go to the gym and you guys see me train, but I'm going to do it in full cosplay armor, and I'm going to dress up like a dwarf, and I'm going to do all this stuff there. And we'll cover the events, but when we cover the events, I'm going to appear on camera here in full costume and full regalia and everything. So going to take on a more humorful aspect, less serious. We'll still cover the sport and all of that, but we're gonna get a bit silly. That's the only way I can feel good about being the focal point of the videos more. I can't just do it with just Jace training. It's weird for me. I want to hide behind a character. So that's what we'll be doing. So anyway, that'll kick off in 2025. The end of the year is just business as usual. So thank you guys for joining me tonight. Thank you for being my friends and sharing fellowship with me over the last couple of years. I really appreciate it. It's been good getting to know some of you. Maybe someday we'll cross some paths. Simon Dean can buy me a lunch since I don't owe him an orange juice. Some things can happen. We can do some things in the future. But I also would like to collab with some of you guys if you have your own content and stuff. It might be kind of fun. But anyway, I'm going to shut this down. Thanks for joining me tonight. It's much more enjoyable for me to watch these things with people who are true fans of the sport than it is just sit here. I try to get my brother to watch with me sometimes. I try to watch it alone, and I enjoy it because I'm addicted to the stuff, right? But it's different when you've got people who enjoy your passions and hobbies with you. So you guys make this much more enjoyable for me, and I thank you for that, okay? So you guys have a good evening. Stay safe, okay? Good night.